Okay, we are about to start. Okay, we are about to start. I would like to call. We are about to start. Since there is nobody to introduce me, let me introduce myself. My name is Professor Uwemekpo. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Journal of Parasitology. If you look into your conference bag, you will see the March and the September edition of the Nigerian Journal of Parasitology. Okay, and I have with me here our rapporteur, Dr. Mrs. Sylvia Ibom from Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Thank you very much. So I would like to call on the first presenter by the name Chukwuka UM, who is presenting his work on crowdsourced image-based mobility hotspot surveillance for neglected tropical diseases, development and pilot of a new surveillance method for neglected tropical diseases. You have 7 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, House. So, Dr. Uche Chukwuchukocha, incidentally, is not around. He's away in London, attending to another conference. My name is Ayola Oluwaseun-Bosede. He's a doctoral student. So this morning, I will be talking on our project titled Crowdsourced Image-Based Mobility Hotspot Surveillance for Neglected Tropical Diseases, Development and Pilot of a New Surveillance Method for NTDs. All right, thank you. This is a great house of parasitologists and our public health experts, so I will not be teaching you about neglected tropical diseases. You have done it all through your life. But it is important that I mentioned that according to the WHO, currently about 1.6 billion people are at risk of contracting any of the 25 known neglected tropical diseases. And it will also interest you to know that in Nigeria, over 580 local government areas out of the 774 that we have are exposed endemic with one or more of these neglected tropical diseases. Now, these diseases have been largely neglected for very long, hence the name neglected tropical diseases, until 2010 when the WHO came up with the first framework to tackle the disease. And with the help of that framework, currently about 60% of the exposed no longer need drug for some of these diseases, and many diseases were eradicated with the help of that framework, including draconiasis, one disease that was eliminated in Nigeria in 2013. But more has to be done, and that was what led to the development of another framework in 2021 that is tagged Ending the Neglect, a framework to end neglected tropical diseases and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2021 to 2030. And in this framework, surveillance stood out as a very important approach to tackling this disease. And now, in Nigeria, the surveillance for neglected tropical diseases are largely lacking from the stress it requires for surveillance officers to go into remote areas where these diseases are endemic to look for cases, leading to large cases of situation of underreporting and the rest. So our research lab came up with this idea that we call the crowdsourced image-based mobility hotspot surveillance. The idea is very simple. What we do is to leverage the smartphone technology and the availability of mobile communication network in many communities in Nigeria. When you go to the most remote locations in Nigeria, you discover that either one of the popular networks is there. If M10 is not there, Glo will be there. So what we did is that to engage and sensitize these community members. So whenever you see any of these unusual manifestations on yourself, either in the eyes or on the body, produce your smartphone, take a snapshot, send to us through WhatsApp or Telegram, a platform that many people in Nigeria are very familiar with. And when this comes to us, we now aggregate these things, send to our group of experts. They are experts in parasitology, public health physician, dermatology, ophthalmologist. 5 of them, they will receive these collections individually, and we'll make them to provide a diagnosis on the picture that they receive. And if 3 out of the 5 experts say that this disease, for example, is onchocerciasis, and that is the condition. And I also let me mention here that there is a WHO handbook on how to recognize skin entities by changes on the skin. Because some people will be wondering that how will people just look at the skin and say this is this. It's possible because of the different manifestations of this condition. And when the experts, when they have done their annotation, as we call it, we'll now use these results to generate a hotspot map of the NTDs, demographic and geographic distribution. Next slide. Now, this project was piloted in 3 states in Nigeria: Ondo State, Enugu State, and Cross River State. And we also have our control states, Enugu State, Akwa Ibom State, that we are currently, Imo State, and Ogun State. Next slide. All right, the approach is very simple. We had a lot of advocacies, permissions, and the rest that led to us having access to many communities that we visited. And this is where we do community sensitization using our IECs, signposts, flyers, just to tell the community members the different manifestations that the database. And also, we have a group of people in every community that will go. We call them the community contact persons, CCPs. The function of these people is very simple. What they do is, we know in many rural communities, so the CCPs are the people that the community members will call whenever they see this usual manifestation, to take the snapshot on their behalf and send to us. Next. So we have some interesting results. So this is the breakdown of what we got. Total 512, annotated by experts, 512, confirmed NTDs, 386. We got. All right. Using the SIMS NTD approach, the data that we collected in the space of that 4 months, we compare with the data that traditional approach collects in that same instance of 4 months. So you can see the graph. That is the SIMS NTD report that is at the top. Then in the 3 control states, this is their own traditional surveillance approach that they use. So we got an average of 21 reports per week compared to two reports per week that was obtained through traditional surveillance approach. And this is the distribution of the various NTD. We have 187 cases of onchocerciasis. We saw large number of trachoma. But we don't know if they are imported cases, if those people just came into the south and they were captured, and work is currently ongoing on that. Next slide, please. This map, those are the keys. All right, so on the sideline, we conducted another study leveraging our CCPs. We trained them 3 months after the project to be able to get data on the user satisfaction, the user friendliness of the SIMS and the NTD approach, with many of the community members confirming that the system is easy for them to use. They enjoyed it. Next. So, in conclusion, the SIMS NTD approach has shown potential to enhance the surveillance for NTDs in Nigeria and beyond. And we advocate for its wide adoption and deployment so that we can collectively end this scourge of NTD C30 marked by the WHO. Next. All right, we want to appreciate our partners and sponsors. The project was graciously sponsored by the Bills and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Cross River State Ministry of Health, Ondo State Ministry of Health, Enugu State Ministry of Health, the Federal Ministry of Health, and every other people that partner with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyalo. It's not easy to be the first person to baptize the all. Thank you very much. And we take 2 questions on his presentation. Any question? Okay. Since there's no question, thank you very much. They will interact with you later. I call on the second presenter, abstract number 005. Abstract number 005.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I'm Gloria Nyarum Joseph, here to present a research finding on the topic mosquito-borne arboviral infection in pregnant women attending antenatal clinics in some hospitals within Bauchi local government. And over the years, mosquito researches has been more focused on malaria and malaria pathogens. And it's of recent that researchers have started gearing towards mosquito-borne arboviruses. And the WHO has stated that over 4 billion people are at risk of infection with arboviruses. And then recent report of WHO showed over 11 million people being affected between January and August 2024. And with the deleterious effect of these infections on pregnant women leading to miscarriages and stillbirths, and there is limited research that is ongoing within Nigeria. So we have poor reports of the true incidence of arboviruses in Nigeria. And in Bauchi State, this is the first report that is being produced because there has not been research in this area in Bauchi State. So therefore, we brought up this research with the aim of determining the prevalence of these arboviruses in pregnant women. And we sampled 3 hospitals within Bauchi. That's the 3 major hospitals within Bauchi State. That is the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Teaching Hospital, the General Hospital Bayara, both the Teaching Hospital and the Ministry of Health, Bauchi State. And then we were, based on the calculated sample size, we were supposed to sample 365, but we sampled 403 pregnant women. And the blood samples were collected via venipuncture, and we transported to the hospital where the RNA was extracted using the Kaijin RNA extraction kit. And then we now ran a real-time PCR using the Novaplex, tropical fever, chikungunya, and wellness, Zika virus, chikungunya, or wellness being dictated. Now, this gave us an overall prevalence of as compared to the result of Shuaibu et al., who carried a similar studies in Kwara, Ondo, and Delta. And he reported a 0 prevalence of all these arboviruses, except for yellow fever, where he reported a prevalence of 3.3%. But however, there are other few researches that reported high prevalences, like Mark et al., who reported 44% in Abia, Nasarawa, and Kaduna State. So this is giving us a picture that arboviruses is ongoing, and it's a silent area where researchers need to focus on so as to get a true picture of what is ongoing towards prevention and control. We also checked other factors such as their educational qualification associated with the prevalence of these viruses among pregnant women. And then checking also the gestational months and the trimester of infection. We saw that it is also significantly associated, where we saw those that are within the 2nd trimester, these viruses. Now, Naushin et al., they reported that pregnancy within 1st and 2nd trimester are always affected, leading to abortions and stillbirth because the fetal and the placental tissues are being distorted. However, that of the trimester is not lurking around, which needs to be curbed. We also sampled mosquito vectors, because these arboviruses are mostly transmitted by mosquito, because we are really dealing with mosquito arboviruses, and which their primary vector is the Aedes species. And when we sampled the mosquito vectors, we actually saw that yes, they are vectors, they are Aedes species. We identified both Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus within our community there in Bauchi. So that means there is an ongoing infection and there is a vector there to transmit it further. So putting many people at risk of this research, we concluded that yes, there is a vector, especially among pregnant women within Bauchi State, viruses within Bauchi State, and the mosquito vectors are there to try from this mosquito bite, because it actually bites between dusk and dawn. And many pregnant women always feel heat and want to come out to take fresh air. So they should be educated on how they can control, they can prevent themselves from being infected through the bites of those mosquitoes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. We take comments or questions, just two. Is there anybody that has a comment or a question? Okay. Stand up. Yeah. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Abuye Pascal from Delta State University. I will confess your presentation is quite interesting. I'm presenting, I have a similar research work I'm working on. I'm working on dengue and yellow fever. I want to ask, ma, you talked about the identification of the mosquito. I want to know if there's any way you can throw more light on it. Since I'm working on, I'm looking at the disease itself. My own research, PhD research work I'm doing. I want to know if there's any possibility for me to identify that mosquito, because I believe if I can identify the mosquito within my area in Delta Central, I could pull through with my work. It will be very easy for me. So if you can give us or give me what I need is those or I can identify these vectors that is responsible for this arbovirus. Thank you.
Basically, one.
Thank you, Mr. Presenter. This is a very interesting presentation. My own is, have you mind to check the physiological circumstances that the infection is more during second trimester? Thank you.
Yes. Okay, for the first question, it's not even here. We actually identify them morphologically. And some few features I can talk about is as the Aedes species. They have white stripes. They have white stripes on their tarsa, and then they have also this line, white lines on their head region. Okay, for the second question, we didn't really check the physiological aspects. Thank you.
I think just to help her out, for any mosquito, subject it to PCR, and we know if it's Aedes or Anopheles. Thank you very much. So I'll call on the third presenter. Third presenter is... Yeah.
Chairman of the session, professors in attendance, dear delegates, good morning, everyone. I am Sunday Ujo. and factors associated with gastrointestinal infection markets in Kwara State, North Central Nigeria. 028, please. Thank you. 028. Thank you. So I'll be presenting a paddy breed from major markets in Kwara State, North Central Nigeria. As way of background, the livestock production sector in Nigeria plays a significant role in Nigerian economy or the other, particularly in the rearing of livestock breeds. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Of course, the parasite infections often presents on the economic value of these animals is very great. This work investigated the prevalence, distribution, and factors that are associated with the gastrointestinal infections in breed consumed in the North Central, particularly in Kwara State. Next slide, please. We examine 132 fecal samples of these goods in 3 major markets in Ilorin, namely the managed markets. Of the sample examined were from a quarter market, a major market in Ilorin. And filtration method technique was used to determine the solution. Overall, about 9 different species of parasites were observed in that order. In the various samples, goods were examined, and the bulk was from Ikot, which is about 54% of these goods were observed from Ikot, and observed that 84% of the parasites, of the animals in mandate were infected. 85 from next slide, please. The males were more infected than the females. More than the females, giving us about 89% of the males were infected, while about 74% of the females were infected. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. By age, 84% of the of goats between age 6 to 12 months were infected. Infection decreased with age, while 50% of those above 36 months of age has 50% rate of infection. Next slide, please. When doing our ratio, I'll discuss this in my discussion. Please, next slide. Discussion. Overall, about 84% or 84.1% population infection was observed across the various locations. Highest being in Ikot markets with 89% rate of infection. This is a value reported by various authors. This may be 75% reported by Ikot in 70.95% observed by Enigwe in Oyo and South Africa, respectively. The elevated prevalence of parasites observed in this study may be attributed to environmental and management practices. Next slide, please. Wide independence test did not find a significant association between sex and infection status. The odds ratio for sex, which is 2.48, suggests that male goats are more likely to be more infected than the female goats. This odds ratio indicates that the odds, as we know, males are likely to be more aggressive feeding than females. And of course, male goats has multiple sex partners running around getting hook partners. Additionally, males may be contaminated vegetation or soil. Next slide, please. Also, hormonal differences between male and female goats can also play a role in susceptibility to infection, according to Bajaj 2024. The logistics infection analysis also indicated a significant association between age and infection status. with an odd ratio of 1.96. This suggests that with age, with increase in age, as your age increases, chance of infection decreases by 96%. The highest infection rates were observed in younger goats, as earlier mentioned, particularly in age 6 to 12 months, which was 8.24%, and 50%, about 5% in 13 to 24 months. This trend suggests that younger goats are at a higher risk of infection, which is the internet with observation from other observers. Next slide, please. I'd like to conclude by saying that our research shows that, of course, male goats are more likely to be infected. Method of management will also increase rate of infection, while younger goats are more susceptible to intestinal parasites more than the older goats. Thank you.
Say that it will be better for you to say coprological exam. It implies that you actually collected, you didn't do that, fine. Then number two, did you find the specific trophozoites of some parasites inside the fecal sample?
Thanks, so we did. That was what the first, we have, because based on when we did our production method, we collected some ovals and of course some larvae that we compare based on using
logical examination. Because if you have collected the GIT, I am very sure that you will have seen the trophozoites, the adult stage or stages of those particular parasites. You understand?
Thank you,
again, I actually agree with you when you said that the young ones are actually more susceptible to parasitic infection. Yes, just by virtue of the fact that those young ones, they don't really have adaptive immunity. There is no adaptive immunity in them, so they will have been able to be more susceptible to parasitic infection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's good to always show us the pictures. The pictorials will really speak volume. So it's very important to also include that. Even if it's at the end of your presentation, at least try and show the pictures. Another thing I want to say is in your discussion, because I wanted to say that your tables look too simple. And because I wanted to say that you didn't check the association. Then getting to discussion, you mentioned that it's better you indicate. For males, odds ratio 1 point this. For females, odds ratio 0 point this. So that we know that the males are more associated. They are more likely to be infected than the females. So for whoever sees that will now know that, yes, you have used that tool. Because right from in your write-up, you know that for each objective, you have this tool you use. So if you use that tool, you are supposed to show from your tables, yes, to show that, look, this is the result, your chi-square value, and so on and so forth. So please, that table need to be, the tables need to be adjusted. Yes, if you want, we can discuss. I can show you some tables that are similar to what you have done that can really help to bring out the quality of those tables. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. For the old ratios, we're mindful of time. The discussion was meant to be discussed based on showing the tables one after the other. I chose to share that, man.
Thank you very much. We call on the next presenter of abstract number 191. Abstract number 191.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, BOT. I want to stand on the existing protocols. I'm mindful of time, 7 minutes. Okay, thank you. So I'll just lay the preamble, the reason for this work. This is is a preliminary report of an ongoing work that we are my institute. I work in NIPRI. We are my institute. I work in NIPRI, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research, and we are trying to establish the parasitology unit and involve a center for treating NTDs, a center for treating NTDs. So we thought we should establish the fact that there are NTDs already existing. In the institute, we have a research clinic, and we also have a PEPFAR center, IHVN program, Institute of Human Virology Nigeria, where HIV clients come for their regular treatment, and also checkup. So to also establish that there's a burden of NTDs, so that we can attract the possibility for the Federal Ministry of Health to give us the medicines, albendazole, ivermectin, that we can use to treat. In all that, this came after we attended NNN conference, where they wanted NTDs to also be part of the routine checkups in hospitals, so that we can justify why we need those drugs to include of NTDs by WHO. So with informed consent, Ministry of Health, because we have collaboration with them, they gave us a CATOCAT kit, and that is what we use to screen the clients that come for NTDs. We screen for or the ones that we can do using the CATOCAT kit. And I have the burden. Why this? The first presenter told us about the burden of NTDs, and we cannot overlook it. So in every little corner, we try to do our own bit towards the elimination of NTDs. So because it's important in population health, we can also see the global distribution of NTDs, distribution of lymphatic. And the objective, like I said, is to establish that there's a burden of NTDs here, and then there's a need to have these drugs for treatment, and to make our institute a treatment center. And so it's an ongoing work, but we just compiled for some months now, and I'm presenting it. And then the analysis, in the results, we found out that 50% of clients, we analyzed 90 participants, 90 samples, and we found out that 50% of them tested positive to any or two of the NTDs. And the most prevalent infections was Ascaris. We detected it in 33.3%. We actually have pictures, like the last commenter said. I didn't put pictures here, but we have some pictures of the worms we saw. Still have them in slides. Then followed by hookworm, 11.11%, and other detected NTDs are Schistosomiasis species, Tinea species, and Trichoris. And demographic factors like sex, age, occupation. So far, we didn't find any in the one we had analyzed. It is shown in this presentation. We have also done some other NTD work there, in the institute, but it was majorly on the common snacks, debino and tiger nuts that people eat easily. We try to check the parasitic and we that when you buy dates and tiger nuts without washing dates and tiger nuts without washing them, they were all highly contaminated, apparently due to handling. And so we now canvassing that because of public health implications, that NIPRID can be a treatment center for NTDs. Because every day on a daily basis, clients come there. Either they come for health seeking or they come for HIV, or they come for they come for one thing or the like praziquantel and albendazole campaigns and school-based deworming programs. Also, we are calling for collaborations, training and capacity building, train health workers and provide research opportunities in tropical diseases. We have also trained a lot of health workers and even students that come on ITs. And then monitoring and evaluation, establish a disease surveillance system and assess intervention impacts. Like the first presenter, that disease surveillance system he presented was also, we can also apply it there. So the findings of this study highlight the high prevalence of Ascaris. The administration of anti-helminthic drugs and hygiene education campaigns are critical to controlling these infections, further prevent reinfections. In light of these results, centers for the dosing and treatment of NTDs, these centers could play a vital role in the WHO elimination.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. In the population, pregnant women, the only people, a very big problem in Abuja. That Abuja needs some education. From the cradle, old men who should be taking good hygienic processes are flashing such prevalence, which is high. Then I'm men and women to assess your center. Why the vulnerable are not assessing it? So if you are using such statistics to give us a journalistic conclusion, it's skewed. So what I'm suggesting is that consider the catchment areas and those in need. So that is where community diagnosis should come in. So you should partner with other institutions around, because you don't have the personnel to do what you need to do that coverage, because your program now is a pilot program. Which means that if you now take this skewed analysis and give it to us as a national statistics, it's going to confuse a lot of people. And the interventions you'll be seeking will be lopsided to only a few people, while the need lies in the people who are not even having access to that. And according to the WHO thing, access to health, care is part of the empowerment we're talking about. So my suggestion is that there should be a strategy that your center should, build into community partnership, where there will be sub-centers within the community are there. Because what you are handling now, it's strictly based on primary health care. And the therapies and whatever measures you're going to take are all on the fulcrum of primary health care. And you can't handle that if you cannot go to the primary health care centers to get catchment and sources of this data you want to present to me. That is my observation and my also advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I thank you for your observation and your comments. But, I tried to explain that the reason for this is to show that there was a need to attract this treatment. We didn't go out. The community is there. Our institute has a mandate to develop drugs from indigenous plants. But now, being there, a parasitologist, I tried to build this unit. So, if we must do what you said, maybe we have to look for grants, sponsorship, and like you said, collaboration, either HIV or malaria or just some other thing, health seeking with informed consent. We try to check their burden. You understand? So what you are saying is good, is true. And I said it's an ongoing work. So we just took the first 90 samples to analyze. Maybe by the time we analyze more, we can now see some relationship between sex, age, all those. But for the children, out to the schools around. Thank you.
There are different types of study design. Yes. There is school-based, there is community-based, there is hospital-based. So there is no problem wrong with the study design. Thank you.
Yes, I think that is exactly what I wanted to say. But in addition, NIPRID is not out to take over from NTD program. There is the NTD program in the ministry and covers the whole of Nigeria with different branches. They want to be a center for mass drug administration and treatment. That's all they want. They just did this study to justify the fact that the people coming to them for other things, like I know you have Niprisan, Nicosan, and all those things, they are also tested for NTD. So I appreciate what I can't see who it is, so I don't know. The speaker had said that is necessary for community-based intervention treatment center. Thank you.
Minister for Health now be allocating drugs for PCNED. I think it's okay.
Thank you very much. We call on President.
Good morning, elders in the house, great parasitologists in our midst. Good morning, fellow parasitologists. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Paja Mofe, and I want to present this work we did together with other co-authors on problems in neglected tropical microparasitic diseases, perception of parasitologists in Nigeria. If we listen to about 3 speakers before me, we're all saying the same thing. How can we eliminate NTD? But our aspect. So I let them know that the
and what our past presenters are presenting on neglected tropical diseases, we know that we're trying to see how we can curb neglected tropical disease. Even World Health Organization is targeting it for elimination 2030. I'm trying to see how I can produce a drug that can be cost-effective and available to the locals. We realize that most of the locals, since this neglected tropical disease, trypanosomiasis, affects locals, depends on plants for their treatment. So let's see how we can isolate compounds from these plants that the locals are making use of and treat their infection, and see if also what they are doing by using plants is actually effective, because they just feel it's effective. based on the herbalist notion or the traditionalist notion. So let's see if scientists can consider these plants they make use of and test. So let's go to our next slide. The plants were collected based on the report from locals and herbalists, and voucher numbers assigned to them, identified in the Department of Biological Sciences, stored also in the herbarium of the department. The extraction procedure was done using succinate analysis, and it was done with 3 solvents based on their polarity. We are looking at ethanol acetate, methanol, and column chromatography was used to isolate the compound. The thin layer chromatography was used to purify test the purity of the isolated compounds. The nuclear magnetic resonance gave us the structures of the compound. The liquid mass spectrophotometry gave us the mass of the compound. Then it was tested against 4 species, T. brucei, T. Abasi, T. equiparium, and Abasi. And also we also determined the toxicity of this against human fibroblasts, foreskin fibroblasts cell lines. Let's move on to the next. These are the compounds that were isolated from the plants. From Hyptissuavolens, we isolated diadrabitinol, carcillistic acid, suavanolic acid, suavanol, and also decided to go through acetate, we isolated from momodicin, mimdical, charantical. Please move on to the next slide. Although this class of compounds that were isolated, when we go research into the parasitic effect of these terpenins, the diadrenal-bitinols have been isolated by Ziegler, carcillistic acid by Mamachado, which it's actually a new compound based on our own work and previous research. The only work that has been carried out on it was Mamachado, which was only the compounds. It's not like if it was isolated. Suavanol, suavanolic acid has also been previously isolated by Gavanati and Parastic. Then also the synthetic effect, we looked at the research carried out by IAN in 2021, where they also isolated a synthetic effect and also tested it against the trypanosome parasite and see how effective it was. So we considered our own, which was Suavi was isolated by Shen and momodicin, which is the short form of momodicin 1 compound. And it's different. Please go to the next. Based on this, our results and discussion will run concurrently. The compounds were all tested against the Tribomosoma brucei and T. congolese. We can see how effective SA, that's the synthetic compound, SSA, and suavanol was. Then other compounds were not effective. Move to the next slide. Since it was effective against Tribomosoma brucei, we decided to try it against other subspecies of Tribomosoma brucei, which is T. evansi and T. equiparium, and also these compounds were effective against them. Let's go to the next one. Okay, let's go to the next one. We also did the selective index, which is the ratio of the EC50 of the cell line, that's the human cell line against the parasitic cell line. And anything above 10 is effective. For the T. congolese, we can see that they were not effective with the ratio, the compounds giving us 6.8, 4.8. Why for the T. brucei, T. evansi, and T. equiparium, they were all effective above 10. Why some were above 100, which leads to the production of lead compound. Please move to the next slide. To obtain a lead compound, it must be above 10. That's a heat compound, but a lead compound must be above 100. So we can see that suavanol was a heat compound for T. brucei, T. evansi, and a lead compound for T. equiparium. Why the SSA was a lead compound, mouse species. Please go mouse species. Please go to the next slide. we're concluding with the fact that this trypanosomal species, that's the trypanosomes group, was not effective as T. congolense, which is under the biology of nanomonas, which is different from the trypanosoma brucei species. And it should be considered against their, considered for potent drug against this compound parasite. Also recommend that future work to be our next project. Well, thank you.
Thank you, my fellow professor.
You're welcome.
While I appreciate your work, I have some questions. Number one, you did not show us whether you did have done the phytochemical analysis, the qualitative and the quantitative. Number two, did you also take into consideration the antigenic variation in trypanosomes? So these plants, which specific
trypanosomal brucei.
So where did you collect the blood? Is it from man or from specific animal?
It was just based on information because the research was
biological work also. Because
yes.
I heard you said that you wanted to prevent the drugs, that particular plants affecting man, SC50. Then did you also do any histopathological works to make us to want to see the effects of this particular plant if it is above a particular concentration?
The research was based on in vitro. We didn't do in vivo. But we're looking forward to that.
That she said, fellow professors, all of us here are professors. Some of them are under prison, some of them have been confirmed, some of them are retired. Professors are professors.
Thank you, sir.
However, there are professors that are intellectual ordinary, but there are professors that are intellectual. I'm impressed. In drug development, you jump the first one, that phytochemical. Please, general comment. When you are coming here to present, ask your colleague with a paper. The essence of allowing you to present is for us to criticize it so that your paper will come better. So that when you go back to the lab, you may be in need for you to adjust your methodology to fit in. Because if you don't correct you send it out, they will turn them back. Go consult him after.
Noted, sir.
That the stage you are is okay. You cannot go beyond this stage to toxicological work until we now have information medical properties.
Noted, sir.
Then after this, you now go to toxicological work where you use the animal model. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. We call on abstract number 210. Presenter of abstract number 210. Let's clap for her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Husseini Ashezi from Nasarawa State University, Kefi. This is a parasitological aspect of research on diversity of Plasmodium species in patients attending public health clinics in Nasarawa State, Nigeria. Malaria constitutes a large public health challenge in Nigeria. 194,000 fatalities in 2021 alone, according to the World Health Organization. Nigeria bears the highest malaria burden globally, representing almost 1/3 and 27% of the worldwide malaria load, and the risk of malaria transmission persists across the nation throughout the year. Statement of the problem. The main pillars of the World Global Health Organization is a technical strategy for malaria from 2016 to 2030, which is a prompt and accurate diagnosis followed by a quick and effective treatment of the malaria infection. Genetic diversity of malaria parasites can inform the intensity of transmission and poses a major threat to malaria control and elimination intervention. The study population consists of 1,200 consenting patients from the secondary healthcare facilities, that is General Hospital, Doma, Kokona, and Nasarawa Igon, and 6 primary healthcare clinics. Nasarawa State is situated in the north-central Nigeria, having 3 senatorial districts, which are, so this study focused on 3 senatorial districts of the state, which is Kokona. Next slide. 3 types of analysis are carried out. 1.5 millimeters of blood samples were collected and stored in a solar refrigerator at the Nasarawa State, Nasarawa Igon Local Government General Hospital for the molecular analysis. And dry blood spots method has been done using a Wattman filter paper in case there is a deterioration of the blood, whole blood collected. Next slide. A total of 1,200 patients were examined, and we had 750, that's 62.5% prevalence rate, using the microscopy as the gold standard, since the molecular aspect is yet to be carried out. So, Doma had 136 prevalence rate using 200 samples. Nasarawa Igon had 102, Kokona 127, with a total of 600 samples for the secondary health clinics. The primary health clinics had 34.5%, that is 133 in Doma, 127 in Kokona, Nasarawa Igon, and 125 in Kokona. Next slide. According to age, the highest infected 1 to 40, having a prevalence rate of 72.22, and 51 and above with the same rate. Next slide. Females were more infected than males, having a prevalence rate of 54.1 to the 45.8 prevalence rate of their male counterparts. Next slide. According to the occupation of the patient, civil servants and farmers were more infected than next. There are other factors that
and then prevalence is a rate. So you don't have to say prevalence rate, just say prevalence of this. Then when you are trying to discuss you don't talk about the number because we won't be able to compare it. We need to talk about the percentages so that it can be relative, so that we can follow your presentation. So, but my concern is that I was looking for the diversity of Plasmodium species. That's what I'm really want to see in your, maybe you have not, you didn't get to that. Thank you.
We had 3 different species of the Plasmodium that are found in this research, which is the Plasmodium malaria, the Plasmodium falciparum, and the Plasmodium ovale. So, okay.
Then it is the statistics that you used in your analysis. So this one was more than this one was higher than this. What statistics were you used? So you indicate the statistics very well.
However, you had limitations. The first one is hospital-based study. And you can, yeah? So you should present it in that wise. And then telling us anyone was given equal footing.
P and Bonicus oil, or P and Bonicus oil. Values along the same column with the same superscript were not significant, while means along the same column with different superscript were significant. Next slide. The table here shows the knockdown effect of different concentration of Ifothidium oil on collective fatty acids. Here, the least concentration after 30 minutes had only 10% knockdown. Meanwhile, the values in bracket are the percentage knockdown values. While at the highest concentration, there was complete after 30 minutes. While the control of experiment, which the mosquitoes were only exposed to 1 meal of 15% to 80, recorded no knockdown throughout the experiment. Next slide. This is the table for the knockdown values, another table for the knockdown values of the different concentrations of the oil against a collecting fatty. Here again, the oil of P and Bonicus, mortality on the insect. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. This. No. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. This is the insecticidal effect of the different concentration of Ifothidium on collecting fatty acids. We can see on the with the least Ifothidium oil against the insect, while at the highest concentration, 100% mortality was recorded, but the control experiment had no mortality throughout the experiment. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Table 5 years shows the 30-minute KD50 values of P and Bonicus and Ifothidium oil tested on collective fatty acids. As you can see, the KD50 value for P and Bonicus was 12.793 microliter per ml, while for Ifothidium was 334.73 microliter per ml, showing the higher potency of P and Bonicus oil against collective fatty acids than Ifothidium. Table 6 here shows the 60 minutes LC50 values of P and Bonicus and Ifothidium oil tested against collective fatty acids. Again, P and Bonicus oil had an LC50 value of 67.016 microliter per ml, while for Ifothidium it was 643.66 663 microliter per mil. Again, showing the higher potency of P. umbilicus oil on Colectric patiatus than Ifoturium. Next slide. Discussion. Concentration and time dependent. With the two oils, the effect of the oil on the insect were concentration and time dependent. That is, the higher the concentration and time of exposure, the higher the knockdown and mortality values. Then the potency from the KD50 and L60 values, it shows that P. umbilicus oil was more potent than a ranging Photidium oil. Then in conclusion, finding from this study shows that Plectranthus umbilicus oil, however, did not demonstrate appreciable efficacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you want to try it on Anopheles so that you can, we have issue with resistance?
Yes, we did. We did.
What happened? I'm just interested because these are my...
Okay. With Anopheles mosquitoes, a ranging Photidium oil was more potent against Anopheles mosquitoes than Plectranthus umbilicus oil. But that is in a different studies which have been published.
Thank you, Mr. Presenter. I'm interested in the chemistry of the oil, so as to know the demon that is performing these miracles.
Okay. Can I respond? Okay. The GCMS analysis was performed on the two oils and has been published. It's a different aspect of the work also, like I said.
Thank you very much for that presentation. A round of applause for our presenter. It's not easy. So is the present abstract number 179. Is the presenter still available? Okay. So we are there. 179. Let me see. What's the, I have here genetic mutation. Okay. Today.
Good morning, professors, great parasitologists. I stand on the existing protocol this morning. Mine is just a findings on the genetic mutation in beta-tubulin of the oncovolvulus in ivermectin-treated regions in northwest Nigeria. Infectious disease that causes this blindness. And ivermectin offshore is the drug of choice, my choice. And over years, it has been a time of celebrating and the great successes that we have recorded in those areas that have compliance to ivermectin treatment. But I am here this morning to raise a red flag that it is not yet Uhuru. And we must look at the genetic aspects of the onchocercal volvulus and what is really happening over time. And so, this study came as the result of one of the trips. I was part of the team that went, and in some of those areas where ivermectin were claimed to be distributed, I saw some striking issues that really brought up this study. People say they received the ivermectin, but yet there were positives, good significant positive samples that were recorded. And on that note, the study design was made, and eventually study on the genetic mutation came up. We had study areas were being considered, ethical clearance were done. We used the normal parasitological method in the collection of those skin samples, and we used the, but it was for further PCR analysis. Next slide. Now we see that in the molecular analysis, we had a DNA extraction using the Kite investigation kits. Sorry to say, after the storage and preservation, the samples were taken to University of Bremen in Germany, and where the molecular analysis were carried out, not given unto us as we can see. Now we have the gel electrophoresis. Then when those amplicons were now purified, and the initial proposal was to use the refraction fragment length polymorphism that were used in studies carried out both in Cameroon and in Ghana. But the professor there tapped on my shoulder and said, you can do something different. Why not go bioinformatics and let's see the results that could come out of this. And that's what informed the core of these studies. Now the next slide, please. We can see that 2 regions of the beta-tubulin genes were being considered and were the target areas where we have the regions as being displayed, primers were highlighted there. What happened in the bioinformatics, after having about 4 of those sequencing samples successfully done, we went into the bioinformatics, and the first thing, of course, is to blast by using the NCBI, that is the gene bank, and we have a very viable reference sequence. And then next, we have, next was the nucleoside sequence. Sorry, let's still be there. We have the nucleoside sequence analysis, having to edit using the genus, and then bioedit as well, using to edit the sequences. Multiple alignments were carried out using the coding code aligner, commonly called the sequencer, and then the the amino acid sequence. And after achieving that, what we did was to say, let's actually know the protein level. And so we use the XPassive bioinformatic resources portal and convert the DNA sequence into the protein sequence. And having achieved that, the mutation analysis were carried out by the DNA Star Sequence Pro 16. Having done that, we at the result. The result, please now. The results showed these are the chromatogram within the beta-tubulin gene at this particular point in 1557 to 1857. We have the adenine, that is our normal ATGC. Now the next slide. In these results, what we were able to achieve is looking at the reference sequence. In looking at the reference sequence, we now run the alignment. And this is a codon cone aligner, and it's used for point mutation. And it has the ability to show where there is that substitution mutation. And we can see clear point. And the first one we can see there is indicating the single nucleotide polymorphism position. Clearly indicated. We have the A at 1308, the B at position 118, the C and also 1188, and also we have the D at 1794, and also in Cameroon in Ghana by Ose et al. 2014, and also in Cameroon as well. We can see clearly that the exact nucleotide positions where they submitted were exact nucleotide position that we in this research have seen as well. It is a clear pointer that what they did in Cameroon in looking at the mutation of the parasite at that particular nucleotide position, the record also was repeated in Ghana. We carried it out in Nigeria, and it is giving us exact what they reported. But the good news also is there is this particular... Oh, no. Okay, go on. Here is the summary of what we are trying to establish here. The nucleotide position is clear there. The reference codon, which is the transmission into protein and into the amino acid, was clearly indicated where we saw the mutant codon. Then transmission into the amino acid and the glycogen. It repeated in all the glycogen. It repeated in all the other positions being seen. The last slide, please. The last one. The other positions being seen. The last slide, please. The last one. The last one. Last one. Now, in conclusion, there is obviously going on in some of those areas where, even though ivermectin were distributed, but there are some surveys that this has strengthened the warning that genetic changes could mapping in those hotspot areas. I call on molecular parasitologists.
Thank you very much for that excellent study. For me, I'm a hopeful person. And indeed, anyone that is alive must anchor hope. Yeah? All hope is not lost. The fact that we are finding genes that have mutated against the currently use of such a thing occurring. There's a drug, I'm sure you must have heard of moxidectin. Moxidectin actually is advocated for areas classified as hotspots. Yeah, it's also said to enable us cut across all these hotspots. So that instead of using twice a year treatment, in the Americas they use 4 times a year treatment before they were able to eliminate onchocerciasis. Excellent information, and we are glad that is also coming. You are concurring with what has been found elsewhere in the West African. But the scientific world is mindful of this. Yeah, but I want us to remember, where did we start from? Onchocerciasis was causing blindness that was resulting in economic impact. Generations of people along the same line being blind, incapacitated to have livelihood. They cannot earn a penny. Go around now and go and look at the rate of blindness. It has tipped down. So the use of ivermectin has actually worked. You shouldn't lose hope. Yeah? And I'm not convinced that those people who didn't take the drug, we're having challenges with it. My chairman will speak to that, I hope. Yeah, the efforts that have not been compliant with taking the medicine. Sometimes they take the medicine, but they don't swallow it. Some swallow and spit out. Some distributors give to parents or members of the household, but it's thrown away. Yeah? So there's so many factors at play. The fly itself is also another issue. Effort right now within Nigeria, my chair will speak more to it, yeah, to actually address all this from all angles. But thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
I don't think I have anything to say that. The only thing I'm excited, all successful people take note of it.
Thank you, sir.
Because of differences in Onkosaka volvulus of the savannah and forest, there may be need for you to also take samples from different ecological zones where we are treating to find out whether it's our way of this. So there's an alternative microfilaricidal drug that we are now waiting for WHO to approve. We'll also use it at the hotspot area. But this is a good one. And the earlier you publish it, the better. Don't waste time. It's a novel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have
presentation. But to the implementers of NTD in Nigeria, I want to give a concern I have and urge you to up the quality of implementation. Dr. Mafe has to that village. They saw them coming, but they have been there treated, but nobody has taken the drugs. We found this in many villages in, where was that? Taraba, when we went for monitoring. I don't know how many of you were in the team. And our scientists, our distributors are not altogether sincere in the reports they give. They give report that they've treated, they haven't, particularly in the villages at the end of the road. That steering committee now, and I'm particularly talking to BEB. Make sure that you pick all those hard-to-reach communities, put them out, and carry out special intervention to those communities. If you have to trek there, use donkey, use bicycle, make sure you get there and treat the people that should receive treatment, because there's a tendency of just let them be. And then you are doing game of numbers and putting out numbers for us to see we've distributed this number. It's not, if once you don't reach those people, there will be resurgence in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to thank all the presenters of the first technical session. It has been a very exciting and really presentation. We have come to the end of the first technical session. We want to thank everybody while we move to the next stage of the conference. Thank you very much. Network, thank you very much.
PPSN, PPSN, my society, we welcome all members of our great society to the 48th Annual Conference holding at University of Uyo. We thank God for the journey mercies that we are all here, even though some people came in very late, some very early. Please, I want to enjoin those seated at the back to please move forward, come, step down, and fill the seats on this side, please. We beg of you, so that we can have a more compact sitting arrangement, please. So those at the very back, please come down. We still have spaces here. The opening ceremony starts at noon, a tea break. We're expecting that to be served any time from now while waiting for the opening ceremony. In the interval, the technical team will play 2 videos to the audience here to see. The documentary of the NTD Day 2023, and then the documentary on the PPSN at 50 celebration last year at Owerri. So please enjoy the documentaries while tea is served, and by 12 noon, by 12, the opening ceremony shall commence in full earnest. Thank you. Music, please.
So this tool allows for understanding to what affected by entities are participating. For example, from governance, program management, human resource aspects, finance, and also the external relations. I think it would translate or convert into perhaps into a kind of a benchmark or best practice, and then many more organizations could join in.
You cannot implement any program for NTD elimination without bringing on board persons who are affected by NTD to make their unique contribution. This tool seeks to bring on board persons who are affected by NTD from the position of being beneficiaries to part of the governance process of NTD elimination.
According to Everett Koop, healthcare is vital to all of us some of the time, but public health is vital to all of us all of the time. Calabar, a beautiful city in southern Nigeria, was where it all began in 1973. Formerly known as Nigerian Society for Parasitology, NSP, with limited membership then. It was primarily based in the 6 Nigerian universities that were in existence at that time. But under Professor Eke as president, there was a name change to Parasitology and Public Health Society of Nigeria, PPSN, to make it all-encompassing for practitioners in public health and allied disciplines to be part of the society.
My name is Professor Eke. I'm one of the founding members of the Nigerian Society for Parasitology, NSP, which was later renamed Parasitology and Public Health Society of Nigeria, PPSN. I hope that our society will make better impact on socio-economic development of our country, particularly in the area of disease control in future.
Flashback to 1973, a few universities then and postgraduate courses in zoology with opportunities for parasite biology research options at the doctoral level. Parasitology, human and veterinary, and entomology and public health were restricted to the discovery of new parasites and, in few cases, the description. Others that studied abroad had interest in parasites of animals and European interest. The founding of the society by graduates from such programs marked the beginning of the network and the reason for its research and capacity development base. Their agenda was basically to develop parasitology that responds to African needs and trade.
It's a very important document. If you are the owner, please come and collect it.
Clean water, looking for mosquitoes, outbreak of guinea worm, all those type of things, vaccination and the rest. Hookworm was very recognized, not taken to account, unlike smallpox and some other viral infections. So a group felt that this common disease of children, river blindness, causing blindness, guinea worm, humiliating urine with blood, very, very common. So from there, a lot of people gather more gecko. I did parasite of Mabuya landigi. I also did that of frog. And it's like that in the University of Nigeria and Soka with Professor Anya at Ahmadu Bello University, University of Lagos, and University of Ibadan. That, yes, this is a common problem. If we can start promoting it nationally, let's form an association ourselves. And that group with Professor Awachi, and Professor, I'm forgetting most of their name, Professor Gumba, and I'm forgetting most of their name, Professor Gumba, Professor Anya, Professor Acholono, yes, and Professor Kone, yes, coming together and started.
As at that time, communication among them was simple and establishing contacts required very little formality. When new universities were established, pioneer members were appointed as lecturers to develop zoology, microbiology, veterinary and medical disciplines. This, however, marked an important phase in the network and the shaping of parasitology, entomology, and public health issues, teaching of entomology and parasitology was introduced. The new curriculum responded to the agricultural revolution, water development, and public health issues, teaching of entomology and parasitology was introduced. The new curriculum responded to the agricultural revolution, water development, and its complementary need for pest and diseases management and control skills. The responsibility for addressing this challenge rested on these pioneers, and they tackled it at the capacity development stage. A radically new zoology curriculum was developed with domestic relevance in mind and generous component of
to motivate and young scientists to develop and show interest in what was common that because everything, chemistry, physics, parasitology, zoology, everything comes its own autonomy.
Before now, zoology graduates were perceived as fit only for employment in zoological gardens. The training curriculum that emerged responded to the Green Revolution and Health for All programs of the late 70s and early 80s. Subsequently, the demand for entomologists and parasitologists for the development of government programs in agriculture. Veterinary schools established departments of parasitology and medical microbiology as well as entomology to complement the training in some applied and pharmacology. The network widened and the membership of the society became diverse.
People were very, very anxious to become members, and almost every year we had a conference. We used to have quite a number. There's the number. The problem at one time was the way, some of the juniors, I will say, were not, presented themselves in the conferences, even though they were, okay, but they didn't seem to be very anxious at that particular time. That was just for some time anyway, because I know by the time 3, everybody, at least at that time, I know most of them were very, very interested in the union.
In background training, institutional affiliations, research interests, and locations within the country, the responsibilities of trained parasitologists and entomologists also diversified from teaching and direct intervention against diseases to managing programs with varying health outcome needs. From ophthalmology to nutrition, various tasks, including consultancy to health and education communication. In addition to the universities, the National Veterinary Research Institute and the Nigerian Institute for Medical Research Biological Control Program, the Nigerian Institute for Trypanosomiasis and Onchocerciasis Research, and many other river basin development authorities recruited parasitologists in large numbers. The technical competence of these graduates made them the cream of recruiting services at the international level, with a large number managing programs at World Health Organization WHO international development agencies. Only a very few sought employment in the bureaucratic arm of government until the early 1990s, when their visibility in the field led them to the policy arm of government. Multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary coinages were introduced into the health sector policy. Through these fresh and education became incorporated in the training of their public health calling on graduation. The cream of those early promoters of the society are leaders in universities and research institutes as vice chancellors, directors and managers of control programs at home and abroad, having successfully mentored two successive generations of disease control and health system research.
The leadership, the drive, the commitment, the interest, the awareness, the promotion which the leadership has.
Good morning, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the University of Uyo, a great citadel of learning, an institution where excellence meets with class and standard. I want to welcome you very specially. The auditorium you are in is known and addressed as the 1,000-seater auditorium. And so you are welcome to your 48th annual conference. It's about the Parasitology in Public Health Society of Nigeria. Please, if you're not too busy with your hands, can you please celebrate yourself? Just clap. Thank you, and thanks so very much. Can we now say one that is untiring? The tiring God. Please give me my voice. Light. Okay, thanks so very much. Please, let's celebrate the untiring God, the one who has made it possible for you to travel all the way from Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Kaduna, all over Nigeria. Yes, it's about God. And so thanks so very much. We have no doubt that this event will turn out a huge success. This is University of Uyo, and so we are not expecting anything less than excellence. And so on this note, may I please request that we please give this event the befitting look by requesting humbly that people who are up there should please come down and fill the empty space and spaces. Thank you so very much. From this side also, let's sit in a way that befits this event and also for proper event coverage. Just please help guests to allot their seats. While I'm still waiting for the LOC chairman. LOC chairman. Please, I'm still waiting and no action is being taken. So the Vice Chancellor will not come in to see this kind of sitting arrangement. Please and please and please. Let's do it better. Keep coming. Thank you very much. Distinguished professors, directors, heads of parastatals, members of the society, the national and international executives. Please keep coming. Okay, that will come up.
You made the little things I do be like saying a big thing though. Your grace makes a difference. I like the way you then lead me. Oh, oh, oh. Lord, you made the little things I do be like saying a big thing though. Your grace makes a difference. Just embarrass me. Oh, I like it. Oh, oh. I like the way you then lead me. Chinedumo, Chinedumo, you are taking me higher. Jesus, my love is for you, Lord, Lord. Chinedumo, you are taking me higher. Jesus, my life is for your glory, your glory. Makes a difference, just embarrass me. I like it, oh. I like the way you lead me, oh. Promotions everywhere, contracts everywhere, plenty money everywhere. Cause you lead me every day. I say I like it, oh. I like the way you lead me, oh, 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 oh. Chinedumo, 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 you are taking me higher. Jesus, my life is your glory, your glory. Toro. Afomo Dori Toro. Afomo Dori Toro. Oh, yeah, Toro, oh, Mongeyo, yes, Afomo Dori Toro, oh, Afomo Basio, no me Mimbo, Okamba Basio, Sarsamo, in my
Please listen to this announcement. Professor Bamidele Akinsanya, Dr. Nancy Nodim, Dr. Philomena Ogbogu, and Dr. Peter Zawua. Please, and Dr. Peter Zawua. Please, let's meet there right away. Thank you.
Every time he was semi, he calling the gang at say you go, he came in from a crowd of
Let me invite to the head table also Professor Latif Oladimeji Sani, Executive Director and CEO NSPRI Ilorin. You're welcome, Professor. Please clap for Prof. Also to the head table is, okay, I'm made to understand that Prof is one of the keynote speakers. Thank you, Ohamaime Consulting Abuja. Prof, please, wherever you are, you're welcome to the head table. Please celebrate the keynote speaker. Okay, my pleasure to invite to the head table the President, Zoological Society of Nigeria. Zoological, I beg your pardon. Zoological Society of Nigeria. Is he here? Thank you very much, sir. Okay, next to the head table is the country coordinator, Nigerian Leprosy Mission. The country coordinator, Nigerian Leprosy. Okay, so the president directs that recognized members of the council. Dr. Mercy, please, where are you? Thank you very much, Ma. If it sounds like your name is you, I'm calling. Forgive me. Thank you. Can we celebrate her?
To be recognized on the side of the council is Professor Angela Egwe. The typesetting is bad. It's very bad. So please, just bear with us. Professor Angela Ekwenife, I think. Also Dr. Surakat, who is also the secretary. Dr. Labanji Surakat, the Financial Secretary, PPSN. Please stand up for recognition. Oh, thank you very much. We have the treasurer. Okay, I think she's going to introduce Professor Chinyere Kwunife. Where is she? You are welcome. And the Assistant Secretary, Dr. Mercy Ezinwala, you are welcome. Thank you very much.
We have the internal auditor. The secretary, not here. That's Dr. Sani James Barker. I'm sure will join us sometime soon. We're expecting him. And of course, council is also made up second calabash. The vice president to our president, Professor Gideon Amuga. Where's Prof? Professor Amuga, where are you? Okay, maybe he stepped out, he's been here. Then our secretary, Professor Antonio Dakul. Professor Dakul, all right. Please, all members of council should come to the middle here and sit the first 2 rows here. Please come here, sit down. Professor Ekpo, where are you? Thank you very much. You're welcome. The business manager, Professor Innocent Omalu. Professor, right. Oh, Professor Amuga is here. The vice president, please. They want to see you. Yeah, he's a very tall man on the opposite. So we have them balanced in council. There are 6 zonal coordinators that anchor the 6 zones of PPSN across Nigeria. So we start from north central, then northeast. We have Professor Rebecca Naftali Samuel. Yes, you're welcome, madam. Northwest, we have Professor Musa Dogara from the Northwest as zonal coordinator. Professor Dogara, you're on the wrong side of the party. Are you in APC or PDP? Or you are going to Labour? Which party? Are you in APC, PDP, or Labour? APDP. All right. Your matter has been decided. So either join your party or you decamp. The most beautiful woman in Southeast. They want to see you. They want to see that beauty. Please stand up. They say, where is she? They want to see you. Showcase what you have now. Organic. So at the south, the zonal sorry. I'm bringing up the rear. The zonal coordinator of the southwest took up Dr. Babatunde Adewale, but is represented here today by Professor Bamidele Akinsanya. Professor Akinsanya, please stand up. Acting zonal coordinator southwest. So, we have also amongst us, as introduced earlier, our distinguished board of trustees. These are the owners of PPSN. This is the think tank of us of PPSN. And they will live long, oh. And they will live long, oh. It's not loud enough. And they will live longer. All right. Our special guests for today, the keynote speakers, and of course, my society. The keynote speaker one, Professor Lateef Oladimeji Sani. You're welcome, sir. You are recognized again. Right. And pretty much culturally, we know that there are certain insignia of office that shows your status in society. Professor B.E.B. will agree with that very well. We are still going to break cola this morning before we start. It's a cultural requirement. Lateef Sani is a chief. He's a chief. to hold on.
Thank you very much. We shall continue from there. So very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please rise as we receive the Vice Chancellor of the Great University of Uyo, hereby represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Professor Antonia Essien, in company of the International President. For the opening prayer, Professor Ma.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Our Father and our God, we come to you with thanksgiving for this day, for this moment, and adoration. Father, Lord, as we finish and we go back, take us back home safely and to meet all our people in safe hands. Glory.
Thank you so very much, Professor, for that wonderful and very apt prayer. Thank you so very much. The Vice Chancellor of our great university, hereby represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, the International President PPSN, visiting the LOC, distinguished members of the society, gentlemen of the praise, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the University of Uyo, a great citadel of learning, an institution in Public Health Society of Nigeria conference. This event, which is aimed at giving knowledge, and so once again, event. Please, before we progress, I'd like to point you to the activities of the day as contained on page 9. If you are there, you can hit me to acknowledge the chief executive of this great institution. So refreshing to let you know that he's at the apex. I'm talking about the chairman of the distinguished Senate of the Federal University of Uyo, a veteran in the agri profession, a man of excellence, and thank you for celebrating our dear Vice Chancellor. He is unavoidably absent. Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, a very distinguished and academic icon, professor of professors, teacher of teachers, the coordinator of academic matters, University of Uyo, fashion. She is of the action background. Professor Antonia Essien. Please celebrate our dear DVC. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, and thanks so very much. We are happy to have you here. PPSN, while we sustain what we already, can we celebrate them one more? And so I also distinguishably acknowledge the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Katsina State, ably and physically present here, Professor Abdullah Ahmed. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so very much, sir. And on this note, dear Vice Chancellor, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can you celebrate your brother and sister? Greet that person, send me the land of promise. So we celebrate you from Calabar. Do we have people from Cross River? Wave. You welcome the ancient city. We have people from Katsina? Wave. Kaduna State, please wave. Kainu, we celebrate you. Buja, Edo, Jigawa, Kogi, please help me count. We celebrate you. Celebrate, keep clapping. Thanks so very much. And of course, Akwa Ibom State. Amen. Conferees, we celebrate you. We love you. We welcome you with open arms. Thanks so very much. Address none other but the LOC chairman, Professor Ken Okpara. Is he around? I see him with all his team, the LOC team. We celebrate you. You are wonderful. Thank you very much, Prof.
To stand on the already established protocol to give this welcome address. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 48th Annual Conference of Parasitology and Public Health Society of Nigeria. This year's conference is hosted by three great institutions in Akwa Ibom State, namely the University of Uyo, known as UNIO, a distinguished gathering of academics, researchers, professionals from all around the country, united by a common goal of advancing knowledge in parasitology and public health. This year's theme, stored products and public health concerns, is quite tight. In the next few days, we'll be listening to experts, engage in stimulating panel discussions, and witness cutting-edge research presentations. Our hope and belief is that through these exchanges, we not only deepen our understanding, but spark new ideas that can drive the future of parasitology and public health forward. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Uyo, Professor Ndayo Kwabio Dayo, Vice Chancellor of Akwa Ibom State University, Professor Nse USN, Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Professor Leo Daniels, for co-hosting this 48th annual. I also wish to appreciate our keynote speakers who graciously accepted our invitations to share their insights and expertise. Their just benefit in our deliberations. Permit me to acknowledge our sponsors and partners. It is condolences on the passing of Pastor Patience Umeno, who was a promising pillar of support in the hosting of this conference. Our thoughts to network, collaborate, and exchange ideas with peers. I encourage you to engage actively, ask questions, explore possibilities for future research partnership. This is a unique forum where ideas can cross-pollinate and lead to breakthrough that benefit both academics and society at large. Ladies and gentlemen, organizing a conference of this magnitude requires months of hard work, meticulous planning, and collective efforts. I would like to recognize the incredible work of the local organizing committee, conference management committee, and our dedicated volunteers whose tireless effort has made this event possible. Their attention to every detail, from logistics to hospitality, ensured that the conference plans were well executed. We are privileged to be gathered in Uyo, a city renowned. Wish you all productive and symmetric conference. May your discussions be fruitful. May your interactions be meaningful. And may your...
Please, can we celebrate Professor once more? The final word, may your stay be fruitful. Thank you so very much for that warm welcome note, Professor Ken Okpara. At this point, the Vice Chancellor, distinguished members of the head table, distinguished audience, my pleasure to bring up than the international president, himself ably present, none other, Professor Sammy Olufemi. Can we national president? You didn't hear well. International president, PPSN, as he called Keller International, and representative of the country director. Madam, please, where are you? Thank to the front row.
PPSN. PPSN. Welcome and acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, and all chancellors, represented of other hosting universities, Akwa Ibom State University. Welcome my brother, the Vice Chancellor of Kingsley Uzumba Mbadiwe University, Professor INS Duze. Welcome. We recognize council members, College of Fellows. I want to appreciate and welcome Professor 53 Naira 79 kobo. Last year was about 28. And we hope that one day PPSN will hit the billion mark. The Financial Secretary, PSN, it is also to state that that financial report is in your brochure, and also the account has been well audited. He will present his report at the AGBM. We lost some members. Overall, we gained more members. Revenue from 1,456,000 to 5,873,000. We also did secretary. We explained in detail at the AGBM. We recognize and felicitate with our colleagues who we are promoted as professors, Professor Mandara Adamu Alaji of University of Abuja, Professor Ann University, Professor Dumpan of University of Jos, Professor Hilary Oko of Federal University of Ekiti, Professor Ebenezer Mawulu of Niger Delta University, Professor Anthony Dawet of University of Jos, Professor Signe Nziako of University of Port Harcourt, and the latest professor, Professor Pauline Umeanetu. All those professors, if you are here, rise up. Congratulations. In the year under review, some of our members got mouth-watering grants. Some were also elevated to higher positions. To mention that Professor Monsuru Adeleke, alongside with Dr. Banji Surakat and others, they got a grant. Professor Adeleke single-handedly also got another grant of $479,000. $490,000. If you convert this dollar denomination into naira, some of these monies are running into hundreds of millions of naira. One of our members, Dr. Sunday Siaku, to public.
Sammy Olufemi Sambowabu. Prof, you are welcome. And permit me, through him, to recognize all the members of this great society, Nigeria and beyond. Let me also, in a very special way, welcome and recognize the keynote speakers, because through them, we are going to learn a lot this afternoon. So I welcome Professor Lateef Sane and Dr. Henry Edegere. So you are all welcome. I want to welcome, each of them has something to do of service, so you are all welcome. We are all colleagues out to do for us this afternoon. So let me welcome all of you that have traveled from far and near. We know what it means to travel in Nigeria today. Those of you that have had to come by air, you know you have come. I want to do a recognition, so very important for that fellow. Has traveled all the way from Imo State, Professor Ikechukwu of applause. Mr. National President, I don't know how you managed to bring out a Vice Chancellor. I think you must be great, even if it's your member presence here. Thank you very much for coming. Let me also recognize and welcome the Board of Trustees, the co-hosts of this conference. First of all, my own Vice Chancellor. I appreciate the Vice Chancellor of Akwa Ibom State University, Professor Udo Essien, for accepting to be one of the key hosts. And also the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Leo Daniel, for co-hosting this. All of you are here in this land of hospitality. And I hope after the conference you stay back and enjoy a bit of Akwa Ibom State. Don't go back without enjoying fisherman soup, afang soup, fresh fish, and cool off a bit in some corners that are good. Thank you very much for coming. I am really very thrilled, and rightly so, to see that you have chosen a very important theme. Very important, because in the situation we find ourselves in our country today, if things are not properly stored, especially food history of our country, where this very important aspect of our life need to be considered because of its effects on public health. Some years ago, I wasn't a deputy vice chancellor academic. I went to make some purchases of some produced food item. And they told me to wait outside, that it would be brought to me. When I looked at the environment, I pleaded and insisted that I would like to go in. And what I saw there was terrible. So choosing this theme is very good. I want to thank all of you also for the key achievements that you have made as a body. So very wonderful. These 6 key achievements is really going to help us as a country. It's going to help us as an individual. It's going to help everyone, because be as usual. Things must change. So I'm very grateful that you have done so very well. And also, Mr. President, I want to say thank you very much, and great academics in this society. Thank you very much. Then, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, once again, I want to very heartily
as one of the founders, raise your hand. In 1975, how many were born then? In 1975, a few parasitologists from different universities in Nigeria. I think at that time there were 6 in the University of Calabar. These parasitologists held a side meeting, a casual side meeting, and decided to form the Nigerian Society, which negative impact parasites had on health. That was the inaugural meeting of the society. At that time, we were thinking of having members from various disciplines. That is why we named it Nigerian Society for Parasitology, not of Parasitology. And I think I know one social scientist who was a member, but I think we've lost it. Maybe we don't have Yenigi, who spearheaded this. We had Professor Edet Okun. He's late now. We had Professor E.O. Okumba, also late, whose book we will launch during this conference, and me, an assistant lecturer then from UAN, University of Nigeria. Others might have been at that meeting, but I can't remember their names, an early member. Professor M.G. Ogbe, the UNILAG people know him. He was an early member. Professor R.I.S. Agbede was an early member. And Professor Ndu Umeche, I don't know where he is, must have retired, was an early member. The meeting, how many of you were? And then from that conference, the conference moved to Lagos, 1980. So much Eddie Icon, he almost missed his journey back. We were looking for him. 1982, Jos. 89, Vom. 1990, Kano. Went to Kano. 1991, Ile-Ife. 93, Calabar again. 99, Port Harcourt. 2000, Calabar. 2001, Yola. Were people there? Yeah, a few. And then 2002, Abuja. 2003, Owerri. 2004, Lagos. 2006, Jos. I lost count. University. Graduate and graduate students to a number of these conferences. What the salary was then, you'll be surprised. Paying for 1 or 2 hotel rooms for all of them to share. Some of them of age, Professor Ogumba, late Professor Ogumba, held meetings with a few parasitologists in the University of Ibadan and facilitated their members as the Dean of Postgraduates. So there were few, maybe 6. Similarly, there are close to or more than 600 members of PPSN. Former Nigerian. 1,194. Wow. That is from a group of about 6 people going through different cities, holding conferences, changing the name of Society for Parasitology to PPSN. You will agree with me that this has been a giant step from then to today. I congratulate all the executive councils, the different councils that took us through the journey. The leadership of Professor Sam Wobo, the international. Done with history, let me bring you greetings from all 300 fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Science. The Academy is, in fact, we consider it to be the Supreme Court of Science, advancement of science, technology, and innovation in Nigeria. The Academy was founded in 1977 as a national non-for-profit representative in many international bodies. Such bodies include also a founding member of the Network of African Science Academies, NASAC, and the West African National Academies recently. Since inception, NAS has been working with the Nigerian society. I think of strengthening the nation's ability to deliver the fruits of science to society by the acquisition, growth, and dissemination of sound science scientifically. And specifically, our mandate is to assist government in achieving solutions to major national problems that can be solved by the application of science, technology, and innovation. So, and its agencies, civil societies, as well as private organizations. We bring to the attention of the government and its agencies problems of national interest that science and technology can help to solve. And we establish and maintain the highest achievement in conferences, symposia, and webinars. We recognize as outstanding contributions to science in Nigeria. We have the NAS Gold Prize, and we have the Media Prize for Science. Collaboration network with other academies, and we also have conducted activities which PPSN members have attended, particularly the webinars. We have had a track record of successful partnership with government at all levels and other stakeholders in addressing issues related to socio-economic development in Nigeria. Permit me to mention a few, and many of you must have participated in this. The Academy has participated in reviewing policy documents for Federal Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, as well as Ministry of Health. The Academy was invited to assist in reviewing national planning documents and advice on science-related intervention. Planning documents and advice on science-related intervention. We assisted our country in the containment of COVID-19 and collaborated with our counterparts in West Africa to exchange expert knowledge on best practices during the pandemic. With respect to education, the Academy, in collaboration with JAMP, the Ministry of Education, the Nigerian JAMP, the Ministry of Education, the Nigerian Academy of Letters, the Nigerian Young Academy, and other state actors, in a project on STEAM education. States was fully funded by JAMP. We have concluded phase 1 of a project aimed at enhancing research capacity and we on addressing predatory academic practices. The Academy recently conducted the investiture of the President of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as Grand Patron of Science in Nigeria. To drive the use of science, we didn't ask him for money. To drive the use of science, we didn't ask him for money. We didn't ask him to conclude the setting up of a national research foundation for all researchers conducted in Nigeria. And setting up a library and science museum on a piece of land in Abuja, given to the Academy by Federal, will soon be commissioned for use by researchers as well as students of primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. We plan to also have a conference center, an administrative block, and some residential facilities on the property. The museum and library complex was funded by somebody who liked what we were doing. And I won't mention his name, but when we commission it in January, let me invite participants to visit our website, the website of the Nigerian Academy of Science, for more information on the academy. The Nigerian Academy of Science is open, solved. We need to have research feeding policy and practice. Research must have research feeding policy and practice. Research must be for development and not only for climbing the academic ladder problems. And there should be a healthy collaboration And there should be a healthy collaboration between researchers in a quadruple helix manner. Strongly with the Nigerian Academy of Letters and a number of other organizations on some national problems. In closing, members of NSP, now PPSN, have participated in individual capacities in various disease programs. Visible if each year also on a specific problem. The diseases in the NTD family seem to me to be where to start. And within the NTD family, the neglected tropical disease family, there are
Please, we will pause there concerning incidents directed to bring up zoological dance troupe now. 60 seconds. This simply tells you that Akwa Ibom Yaya. Beautiful dancers, beautiful colors of Akwa Ibom State. Orange, white, and green. The beautiful dance steps. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give it up for these wonderful dancers? Beautiful. Excellent students, not only the study of zoology, beautiful presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Can we please celebrate? Let's give it up. You can dance if you want. Beautiful. LOC Chairman.
Each conference is different with its own unique deliverables. This achievement is ours. Considering the theme of this conference and the diversity of titles in the book of abstracts, the 48th annual conference promises to be, there is supposed to be the Wonder Society. Apparently, each and every one of us here should be members of the Zoological Society of Nigeria. Joining is so easy, a member. So I hope to see each and every one of you in our next conference as we look forward to the 2025 conference that will be taking place in a very nice conference. Long live PPSN, long live ZSN, long live Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
I'd like to call the next for the goodwill message, the Vice Chancellor of Kingsley Ozumba, Mbadi University.
Yeah, the chair with the VC in absentia, the chairperson board of trustees, and members of the board of trustees, the keynote speaker, other members, Nigeria's 42nd State University convey invitations to our great society, PPS. Our anniversary last year, the Golden Jubilee anniversary and the 47th meeting. We all look forward to this meeting today. And I'm delighted we're here. I want to commend the organizers of the 48th meeting for a very successful meeting. I also want to commend our great society. This great society was established. So I think this is the spirit and we need to continue to walk in that direction. So once again, I convey warm greetings from my staff and students at the Ikot University and wish all of us a very successful conference. Thank you very much and God bless.
Next, I'd want to invite the country director of the Leprosy Foundation, Dr. Sunday Udo,
to echo his voice. He's not supposed to be here because he's been a bit under the weather. Because of the importance of just show himself as well. So, funding. That's the person with the deep. All right. I would like to. All right. I would like to just ride upon the wings of she did. It may collapse. She chose to adopt the existing protocol. So I will not adopt. I will want to ride on her wings. Because it makes it easier because of the warm relationship that we've had of the International Board of the Leprosy Mission International. So thank you very much, Ma, for inviting us. This goodwill message, so thank you very much, Ma, for inviting us. This goodwill message, it's a two-edged sword. One, it's about we wanting to travel with you as an organization, as an association. The second one is before we can travel with you, you need to know us. You need to know us. Okay, how our journey actually play out. Head of Programs and Operations for the Leprosy Mission Nigeria. Now, the Leprosy Mission is an international Christian charity that is strictly, that was founded. I've had the opportunity and the privilege to listen to some of the paper presentation here. And as the chairperson of the board mentioned, that there are certain diseases of the paper presentation here. And as the chairperson of the board mentioned, that there are certain diseases that are neglected among the neglected, and leprosy is one of such. So the Leprosy Mission the scourge of leprosy. And this year, hopefully next month in India, as a global organization, a leprosy-focused organization. Now, in Nigeria specifically, the leprosy began to work since the 1920s. Ibom, where we still currently work and support the Akwa Ibom Church. We were officially invited in 1989 when leprosy and TB became a public health concern. The federal government invited the Leprosy Mission along officially as an indigenous organization, with our own local autonomy. The Leprosy Mission became registered, being led by a 7-person board of trustees. So we do not do this work at NGOs and all that. Our vision really is we want to see an inclusive society where leprosy is defeated, where people affected by leprosy and other disabilities, transformation, break the chains of leprosy, and empower people who are affected to attain dignity and life in all its fullness. As an organization, we have key thematic areas that we focus on. And I think that will interest all of us. We work in various thematic areas, mental health, and happy World Mental Health Day to all of us. Issues of gender, research, and many other things. For us, we run projects that address all these various areas of concern. So for leprosy, for example, for disability, for example, we are working with 17 partner organizations to address the challenges of leprosy of young children who are affected with disabilities across the country. In 4 projects across 4 states to address the issues of mental health. That's just an example of the pool of some of the projects that we do. On the use of local honey in the treatment of leprosy ulcers. So it's a key research that is ongoing, and we are doing that with University of Birmingham in the UK. Now, let's look at the leprosy situation in Nigeria. Is leprosy still a concern? The answer is yes. Nigeria ranks 10th among the 23,425 new leprosy cases we have found across the various states in Nigeria being found with leprosy. And children here means anyone less than 14 years, because it takes a long time in terms of the incubation period for leprosy to show. But yet when we find children, it means leprosy is still very active. If you do not look for it, you will not find it. And so this says to us there is still work to be done. I know this is a bit tiny, but this gives you like Zamfara, Niger, Kebbi. Now these are the states, some of the states where we work. Now the reason for the high number of leprosy. Now, we are a good people to travel with. Because if we've been traveling for 150 years, I'm sure there is a lot that we can gain from each other. And besides that, we also know where to fish. That's one expertise that my boss has, on where you can fish for money. And so the international president, it's not an open check. It's only a check that will be open if this will be.
Before I call it,
just as our founder, Helen Keller, did. What we do. Currently, Helen Keller International supports programs in 20 countries. Nigeria is one of them. And in Nigeria, 11 states. Akwa Ibom State is one of them. Our efforts include reaching over 130 million treatments, deworming over 28 million children for intestinal worms, conducting over 12,000 surgeries to improve eyesight, and of course, over 900 nutrition education to thousands of families, enabling them to generate income and be self-sufficient. Lymphatic filariasis, onchocerciasis, schistosomiasis, and soil-transmitted helminths. We also manage surgeries and treatment to restore socio-economic well-being. In food system strengthening, Helen Keller implements 5 key engagements: malnutrition screening and treatment, optimal breastfeeding, and vitamin A supplementation. We promote essential nutrition and hygiene actions through food systems, emphasizing water, sanitation and hygiene, climate change, and resilience. Our comprehensive approach supports maternal, infant, and young child medicine, IMAM, integrated management of acute malnutrition, exclusive breastfeeding, which I had already most concern. This is a well-selected theme.
With the LOC. What is happening in Nigeria now concerning electricity, particularly in our universities. Light is rationed. I'm sure that happens in my place. I don't know about your place because of the new tariff. So they put on light for some hours and then it goes off. So we raise that. Concern. And we met with the Director of Works, Engineer Dr. Akwa Abasi. Please stand up, sir. Please, a round of applause for him, sir. Go. He received us warmly. He has never met any one of us before except Professor Para and the LOC. We were warmly received. I mean, that exude humanity. And when he spoke, I told him he must also join PPSN. So that's 582 secretary notes. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite Engineer Dr. Answer to the podium to give a good message, please.
leadership. I'm happy to be here. You're welcome to University of Uyo. Well, when they came to my office and I told them that it's my I want to welcome you here. And I want to say, please relax. Enjoy the University of Uyo. Should there be any challenge in areas that we can be of help, please, our phone call is also on that. Thank you and God bless you.
Please. A round of applause for Engineer Ansa again. The newest member of PPSN. We talked about in his office that we could collaborate. He's an engineer. Current registered, right? And a fellow, yes, a fellow of Current. And we were looking at, how we can bring together engineering and public health. So we can collaborate. All right. Once again, sir, you have moved. The keynote speaker, Professor Latif Sani. He has been introduced to us before. And Prof, sir, please, we want you to please stand up. Before, no, just hold on for a while. Just stand still. Right, stay there. While I invite here,
from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. He's a fellow, International Academy of Food Science and Technology, fellow, Nigerian Academy of Science, fellow. Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, President, International Society of Tropical Root Crops, Executive Director, Nigerian Stored Products Research Institute. Is Oyo State College of Agriculture and Technology, Ibora. He obtained a Bachelor of Science degree, second class upper division from the Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Agriculture, TETFUND in 1990. Then Masters of Science and Doctor of Philosophy PhD degrees from the Department of Food Technology, University of Ibadan in February 1993 and April 1999 respectively. He began his academic career as an assistant lecturer at the Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Agriculture, Abeokuta in 1993 and raised food ranks to be promoted to Professor of Food Science and Technology in 2008. He has 32 years of experience as a post-harvest expert on tropical root crops, mostly with the Natural Resources Institute in the United Kingdom and the International Institute of and Barbados. He led IITA African Cassava Agronomy Project's component on the validation with 355 participants from 32 countries and 5 continents in attendance. He is the President, West African Association of Food Science and Technology, and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Nigerian Societal Reformation and Peace Foundation.
My teacher, my mentor is also seated, Professor Mafiana, and all other colleagues that are also here. PPSN, I want to first and foremost extend courtesy to the Vice Chancellor for hosting this annual conference. Consecutive engagement as I'm standing in front of you. I'm supposed to be in Côte d'Ivoire. I'm supposed to be in Sokoto. I just find a way of sending some people one way or the other. Now, briefly, because time is spent, we're going to talk of stock products. You can go on. I talk very fast. And I thank God that all the speeches since me have talked about the issue of public health, food safety, and we are private sectors. So in fact, some of them are building them right now in Nigeria. Browsing is in this body is patronizing this country. Wekton, all those ones. No. Because all those ones, they are never feed them up to 30% of the capacity. That's more technology. So our director of works engineer, you have technology that you can work with our colleagues and everybody will be good. I know IFAD of recent commissioned a study on this, ICT in storage technology, and to be able to make sure that we have safe and all other societies. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. That's the evidence of the last picture of the soybean farm in Sierra Leone. Next slide. And now, next slide, I've talked about mycotoxin. Now, there is an integrated management strategy to control aflatoxins. And IITA has been leading on it. Aflasafe is another biological control system where instead of waiting till after you have harvested, you control it from the production stage. And Aflasafe, so that's the Aflasafe, the control result. Next slide that I have. Now, ladies and gentlemen, number one, if you look at agency that has good technology, I remember in 2003 when I did a consultancy for IITA with Emeritus Professor Truman Philly from Ontario, Canada. I spotted good technology, and when I went to India to check the same technology, I saw it in Sagosaf, Southern Odigbo technology in India. We never documented it in Nigeria. I came back to Proda to see how best we can work together. But because of this fabric of inconsistency in policy, incompetency of leadership, we could not move forward. I just left all of them there. The second one is the inadequate infrastructure. Awareness, we've talked about awareness. Ellen Keller talked about awareness now. And the supply chain inefficiency. Next slide. For the first time, we reached the Mr. President of the country. Please, round of applause to Mommy. You don't know who is seated in front of you. Because in Nigeria, we do not recognize academy. The 48th president of that academy. Sir? Yes, first woman. For you to be a fellow of an academy, you will sweat like this. So, but the point is that Nigeria Academy of Science needs months, not working with Academy of Letters alone. Mount this umbrella structure with the academy. And let's face this issue of tendency is the real problem we have. Slide. And until we solve it, I don't see the standard are there. Standard. They keep on repeating our standard. Next slide. So it's not that we don't have competitive. All these coders and mentors, they know us. Next slide. But by 2 p.m., say, no, I don't want to read that Sunday's report. Ibrahim come in the night, say everything Michael and son, you keep on hearing billions, billions, you will not see the impact. That is inconsistency in the policy. I don't know what we can do in United States. No matter what Trump is doing, all those things is ranting. He can never enter into full safety of that country. UK, Italy, all of them. Why is our own different? So this is the area I want us to look at. All other ones we can do within ourselves, a very broad umbrella to work together as a team. I think we can, the only solution now, let us all come together and do it together. You alone have a limited space, but together we can actually reach the moon. Thank you very much.
Shall we rise to thank him?
Yeah, please sit down. So I would like to thank Professor Lateef Oladimeji Sane for a very well-researched paper, which he also presented very brilliantly. Prof, thank you very much. He has taken us through the whole gamut of stored food products and public health concerns. So in our tradition, we'll take one or two questions, and if there is any contributions, we will be able to take that in a few minutes before we can go into the second presentation. So if you'd like to ask a question, just indicate by raising your hand. We will take the numbers, we take all the questions, and he will respond at the same time, and then we go to the next lecture. So, questions, contributions. Yeah, I'll give you numbers. Number one. One there. Two. Okay, I'm being, to save time, I'm being told that if you have the questions, write them down, pass it on to the tab, and Prof will find time to respond to you. So once again, a round of applause.
Yet, is good. We can tap from that wealth and depth of knowledge and research. Once again, Prof, we thank you. Well done. I want to do that.
The announcement. Thank you very much.
So he will discuss his launching with the international president. So on this note, anybody who wants to launch or any establishment that wants to launch, universities, please walk up to Banji and let him record what you have for the launching. And that will be the end of the launching. We don't want to do launching.
Thank you very much. All right, please let us buy these books. Please, the minimum amount fixed to each of them is 3,000 naira. There are 3 different types of books. If you are picking the complete set, that is 9,000 naira. If you are picking 2, 6,000. But because of the status of our professor and past president, you can do better than 3. You can pick a copy for 10,000. You pick the 3 for 30,000. So you actually did with the program. If you don't have naira, you can pay in dollars. We'll change. Your change may not be complete or exact, but we'll still give you change. 1525531. Please make sure the name that comes when you log that in is Professor. Please support Professor J.F. Fabiyi. Support Professor J.F. Fabiyi, please. Thank you as you do that.
Thanks and praise to the Lord.
So please, we still have more copies. If you have ushers, please, we still have more copies here. So please, ushers, move round. A set for your library in your department. A set for your faculty library. If you want to buy, please indicate by raising up your hand, and the ushers will meet you wherever you are. Professor J.P. Fadi, thank you so much. It's your problem. Dr. Libari. Dr. Libari. So, zonal that goes to zonal coordinators. All zonal coordinators, the 6 of you. 5 sets for each zonal coordinator. That means at least 50,000 naira. At least 50,000. Please let them have it. All zonal coordinators, 5 sets each. Go to ushers, please come and give to zonal coordinators. Ushers, please come around. 10 copies. 5. No, it's the same thing. So come with 10. Zonal coordinator South. You are 5. Any zonal coordinator that leaves this now, that will take times 2. The next 10. Dr. Denaris. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So while others are still buying or purchase these books, we thank you so much. So ZCs, we expect your debit or the alert, the receipts to get to the president latest by next week Friday. Just a minimum of 50,000 naira only from the 6 zones. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Them on the program is the launching of the 2024 PPSN NTD reports. May I
the chair of the BOT and Mr. President and the Executive Council have been asked to for reports. As has been told us earlier in the day, our society, PPSN, as we know, was formerly the Nigerian Society for Parasitology, NSP, has metamorphosed into a star. And what we are enjoying today is a result of the energy as well as the zeal that our progenitors have put into bringing. It is also a very important player in tropical diseases research and control. This edition, the 2024 an attempt to raise awareness toward uniting as well as acting this conference. Okay, immediately after this little talk, the report will be made available. And the icing on the cake will be that the substance contained in the report. How 2024 NTD report. Thank you.
There was a committee, the secretary of that committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the committee or the society, known as the enhancement of the activities of the entities for 2024. Sirs and Mars, I'd like to say that marks were awarded to number of activities, number of participants or participating chapters within the zone, the reach of the programs embarked upon were assessed, and of course, duration of activities was also judged. In no particular order, North Central, Northeast, and South-South. The second runner-up, meaning the third position out of the three, goes to Northeast Zone. Congratulations. Northeast came third. Congratulations. They came third with cents. Congratulations. The first runner-up, meaning the second position, with 71.5% is... Congratulations. 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 Came top with 74%. Champions for the congratulations to South-South Zone.
Yeah, thank you. This award is to the best overall zonal coordinator. And the
about me in particular. Out here, there's a dream because
photo session, members of the management team, please join.
I was talking about warmth the other time from the Director of Works, and you see that the Vice Chancellor also has also shown that himself. So I want to request from the Chairman of the BOT an express permission to take the Vice Chancellor's offer and extend our conference to Saturday. Approve sub-theme as another keynote address by our guest speaker. The President introduced him as a professor.
Dr. Arias, spanning several decades, his academic research and fieldwork have made significant contributions to the outstanding control and notable contributions include research on trypanosomiasis, leadership in national trypanosomiasis and onchocerciasis elimination programs, multi-sectoral collaborations and capacity building, populations and thought leadership, advocacy, and sustainable and locally driven. A reference for the form of Institute of Trypanosomiasis and Onchocerciasis Research, partnered with international bodies like WHO and UNDP in disease control.
Mr. President International, I am beginning to wonder whether they were talking about somebody else. Some 51 years ago, I had the privilege of being a pioneer NYSC, 1973 precisely. And I had then in our days then, you had a choice. I decided to go to Benue Plateau because I didn't want to remain in Lagos, being a Lagos boy. I got to Jos. Where will you go? I was posted to school. I said, no, I want to do research. Then I was posted to NITA, Nigerian Institute for Trypanosomiasis Research, VOM, a branch of NITA itself in Kaduna. Let me cut it short. I had two wonderful bosses then. May God rest their souls. One of them is still here now. Mama is there. You know, they can drive you, but with a lot of love. They took me on that field trip to the hospital at Boko in Benue Plateau State. A 32-bed hospital. BEB is laughing. He knows what I'm going to talk about. Now, for you to be able to obtain for late stage of human African trypanosomiasis or sleeping sickness, you must have that dexterity of using what we call the lumbar puncture needle. And you go, when you say dexterity in performing Trypanosoma brucei gambiense and Trypanosoma brucei. Now, one is R gambiense. When it is long, said to be in the north, but as far as I know, it has now shifted down south because of transhumance. Now, geographical prevalence is directly proportional to the distribution of the vector. Which inhabits plants and water sources. We are being told there are over 300. I must come problem in this country. Number one. Number one. Number one. Capacity building. That's what I'm very proud of PPSN. Very, very proud of PPSN. When you see there's a workshop, and things like that. Training of now on HAT and AAT, doses and management. Particularly with the Ethiop River, should be taken into consideration. Eku and villages bordering the Ethiop River, like I said, must be A1. HAT is listed among because we need to collaborate and have multi-sectoral approach to this issue. There was a paper I was reading, Mr. International President. Like I said, for a member of the House of Assembly to be telling you, doctor, leave them now. Make them sleep for afternoon. For night, they go do and AAT. Let's go to National Onchocerciasis Elimination Program. Onchocerciasis seems to have been properly taken care of, Mr. President. Properly. It is highly funded, particularly externally. Thank you, sir. See them. Mama Braid, BB, Dr. Mafe, Wukaga, Mafiana. Their own is river blindness. You know? It's not river blindness. Distinguished Professor Obsani, what will you store if the farmers are blind? What will you store if the livestock industry tropical diseases? So there must be a need for us to collaborate with you to produce before you can store. The pre-control era, that is when you have the National Onchocerciasis Control Program. It was launched in 1982 and became operational. To the National Onchocerciasis Elimination Program by May 23rd. International President, we have blessed this society. The chairman of Walsh came up with rapid epidemiological mapping of onchocerciasis, aka REMO or REMO, whichever way you want it. That same man there, Professor B.B. Moke, went as far as doing REMO for other African countries. No, he did. No, he did, Prof. He did. He did. But it was so good that, like Professor Sani Professor Edunbola, I worked with two of them. And I worked with Excellency. Yes. Remo was the game changer. Because Remo will tell you exactly where to go and get your cases. When they did that Remo, the area was divided into three: hyper-endemic, meso-endemic, and hypo-endemic. Thank you very much. That shows at least when should you treat, when will you not treat. Now, yes, Bayelsa. And Katsina states were determined to be hypo-endemic. And that I say that out of the eight sites in 5 countries, Nigeria had 4. 4 out of 8. Dr. Mapek, 1. I was privileged to be 1. Akogun, Okoman, Officer 2 was 1. Then Professor Tume. We came about it. Community-directed treatment, which became the vegetable tool that EPOC used. The blue one is telling you that it's endemic. Thereby, evaluation, keep it at bay. Then, of course, this red area, that's the one established. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that for any disease if you make the mistake of thinking you've eliminated it somewhere else, there's no barrier. You will not ask the bloodline to remain in your own water level. No. They will not stay there. They will have to move. And you will not ask people to remain in their place. People will move with their cattle from the north down to the south. What will you do? You will always do constant. Microfilary from the people. And of course, when it's yellow, your interruption is, when it's ongoing, that's where it is red. There is no determination. It breaks my heart that many states, Lagos, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Sokoto, Katsina, Jigawa, etc. They don't have any proper information. I don't agree with Sokoto because I had the privilege of working in Sokoto, in fact, and Katsina. So we need to cross-check that information. And of course, when transmission has been eliminated, we have our Ndama. This is a matrix by Professor E.B. and his team. Matrix 2. Now, we are talking about the objective. Them playing by the water side. How do you implement your strategy? Compo areas. How to do treatment. And of course, PTSS is your post-treatment surveillance. Once you stop, you must continue to do surveillance. And your PES is post-elimination. 3 to 5 years of PEB. And of course, you have entomological and epidemiological strategies to confirm whether you've been able to eliminate these diseases there or not. That's what you have there. This nationwide sample size for a feed and ento evaluation. This is a map I said, why can't we do a similar thing for AAT and HAT? That's the message I'm passing. Why can't we do a similar thing to them with Kinodo? I took the Plateau State example where they selected a feed sites and epidemiological sites on the river system. In Plateau State of Nigeria, as an example of how these sites were chosen in all the state. Thank people. That's why I'm not a lecturer. A lecturer that has time, he invited me. So until I feel what I'm doing, I won't leave this podium. Time in front of me. What are taking me months, sleepless months. Transmission, Plateau State, Nasarawa, all right? So they are now in state of post
by Lauren. Having thrilled the global audience at the 48th Ppsn Annual Conference with his landmark presentation on the sub-theme Stored Food Products.
It's very short.
Professor?
International, that's a new degree he got today. The international president, Professor S.O. Sam Wobo.